Good evening. Good evening. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and I hope you are all having a lovely, lovely day. I hope you are all having a lovely, lovely Friday. It is Friday. It is Friday. We are going into the weekend. And I am optimistic about this one. Though I will confess, I do seem to be coming down with something. It has been bothering me all week, and I think it is time to admit that I am probably going to get sick. I am stoked to play this one, Uncle Fellow. I am very stoked to play this one, because I love Outer Wilds. I love Outer Wilds a lot. I recently did a replay of the base game, but I played it before before Echoes of the Eye wasn't released, right? I played it before Echoes of the Eye was released, and so I haven't played Echoes of the Eye. Oh, geez, yeah, Nando. Everyone I know is sick. I know so many people are sick right now. And I'm not very sick. I should be clear on this one. I am a little bit sick. But I can feel it coming in. I can feel it coming in. I get little like sores on my mouth when I get sick, and they've been there for like a week, and sometimes they come and go without anything happening, but they've been going for like a week. And it's not so bad. Sometimes they're bad enough that I can't talk properly, but this time it's not so bad. This time it is not too bad. But let me stretch out my neck a little bit. And also just so that just to give people, I should actually ask you, Nando. Nando is due to be my my next guest for the book chat, for book club. Nando and I are going to do book club. We were talking about the schedule, and then I didn't actually finalize it. I've got some DMs from Nando that I haven't read yet, and I'll have to read them later. Nando learning the pain of DMing me, the absolute nightmare that is DMing the old man. And we will be discussing ReZero, Starting Life in Another World. It's an isekai series that I've watched. Well, and I go into no response mode before I even start streaming. I go into no response mode before I start streaming. I like to do vocal warm-ups. If you are a person who streams or podcasts, I need to recommend that you do vocal warm-ups. Just an aside. Please do your vocal warm-ups. They help. They really, really, really help. Genuinely very useful. Genuinely very, very useful. I know some people who don't, and I'm like, that's crazy talk. Like, that is absolutely crazy talk. You've got to do your vocal scales. Or else your throat's gonna get all tight and weird after an hour. No, you gotta do them. They're essential. They are crucial. And yeah, you can probably hear me clearing my throat periodically, which is not the greatest sign. Not the greatest sign. But yes, also I wanted to mention, before we really get in, and I'll probably bring this up one more time when we do get in, huge ups. We got over 200. We got over 200 progress on the subathon. As you can see on the sidebar, that we're at 208. We are at 208 progress on the subathon, which is remarkable and incredible, and that means that, like I said, we got to 170, and I can die happy, right? We got to 170, and I can die happy. And let me just turn on... I just remembered to... It's time to enable a couple of things. There we go. Those should be good. And may as well enable Sakmontas. Though I might... The action for Sakmontas isn't very good. I still haven't debugged it properly. So I'm going to disable those. So I'll have to manually do Sakmontas. If somebody redeems Sakmontas, I'll have to do it manually. So bear with me if that happens. And so yes, we've gotten the model revealed. The other redeems have not been done yet, and I'll talk about them in a minute. Actually, why not? Why not? Why am I being coy? Why am I being coy? Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. But you, this is the subathon progress so far. This is the subathon progress so far. I've gotten a fair number of the individual incentives done, but not all of them. And of the other incentives, the only one I've completed so far is the new model debut. I do need to figure out how I'm going to do them. A couple of these I think I can do before Christmas, and a couple of them I think we'll have to wait till after Christmas. Specifically the cooking stream I think we'll wait until after Christmas. So the other ones will probably be before Christmas, and the cooking stream will probably be after Christmas. I do know which fiction I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do for the long calligraphy. I've got too many ideas for the long calligraphy and for how long it should be. That one I've got too many ideas about, but I've been wanting to do one, so that will be done. And so those are where those are at. Spicy ramen I can do. Spicy ramen is more a matter of fitting it into other things. I'll probably do the spicy ramen when we do the emotes and redeem stream. Those, chat picks 4 new emotes, chat picks new emote tiers, and chat picks new redeem. I will probably do that all as one big stream. Right, one big stream. And if we get to chat picks lecture topic, I'll probably roll that in as well. Dumpling stream will probably be a separate stream. I've done dumpling stream before. Last time was in April, and it takes several hours. You know, it takes like 3 hours to make about 60 dumplings. Might also cook during that one. I probably will not do that as a knitting stream as well. Knitting stream will probably be a handcam stream on my own time, at my own leisure. Rating stream and spicy ramen might make sense to do together. That might actually be coherent. Rating stream and spicy ramen stream. I will submit I will make a suggestion box for the rating stream for things that you want me to rate. I have a suspicion about a couple of them, right? I have a suspicion about a couple of them, and I think there are some that I can come up with off the top of my head. They'll be crowd pleasers. Like ranking 40k factions, right? I think people will want me to see me rank 40k factions. I think people will... I think it's a fairly straightforward one. Yeah. I knew that at the very least you would want it one day. Matthew will probably suggest, and I think it's a good suggestion, your Marines will go in the bottom tier. That's not even a spoiler. That's not even a spoiler. And I probably won't break it down by Marine chapter, because there's too many of them, and I don't really care that much. I just don't like Marines. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Marines will go in Marine tier. I can't. I don't know where else I would put them. I don't know what else would even go in bottom tier. What else would I even put in bottom tier? Like, what else would even go there? I do need to learn more about Votann. I don't actually have an opinion on Votann at the moment. My knowledge of Votann is that when they were released, they were insanely overpowered, and then they got nerfed into oblivion, but that's also like over an edition old. I genuinely, and I don't know, they seem like a faction I wouldn't really like to play very much. Well, I would also probably do separate tier lists for gameplay versus models. Because, like, both AdMech and Tau, I really like the models, but I don't like the gameplay. So, like, that would be a bit of a distinction there. What are some of the other ones I would probably do? There are some I will not do. I'm not going to rate work that other people do on my behalf. That one I'm not going to do. That's mean. That's mean. I'm not going to do it. That is not my way. So yeah, I definitely will not do something like that. I might rank games I've played on stream. I might rank games I've played on stream, and I don't think it'll surprise anybody. I'm pretty sure I'm going to put Outer Wilds and Signalis towards the top. Honestly, Silent Hill 2 might actually be the worst one I've played on stream. I've played such good games on stream! What are some other ones I might do? But I don't know. Give me suggestions. I suspect... Yeah, historical conspiracy theories is a good one. Historical conspiracy theories is a good one. Because, like, some are really funny. Like there are some pretty fun conspiracy theories out there. There's a lot of really bad ones. I actually have a particularly odd one where I really don't like the Mambumba, the Patrice Lumumba theory. That one I particularly dislike. It's pure CIA are too good huffing knob slobbing. It's stupid. Patrice Lumumba got killed because he pissed off the type of person who kills you when you piss them off. That's it. That is it. He was very directly and very obviously killed by his local political rivals in a very straightforward fashion. That is one I don't have a lot of truck for. I do like the Al Smith is going to construct a tunnel from the White House to the Vatican. So I could do fringe historical conspiracy theories I like. I do like that one. I do like that one. Hoaxes is also a good one. I might rank I'll probably rank books by how good they are for winning internet arguments. Inspired by the fact that I do have a clear number one for that one. I have a clear number one book that I've used the most often to win internet arguments, and it's been extraordinarily useful on that front. And if you like getting into arguments on the internet, you owe it to yourself to read it. So yeah, I've got there's some good ones. There's some good ones in here. Nice and snappy. Yeah, games I've played on stream. The book is a Silmarillion. I have not read the Silmarillion, and I don't get into a lot of Tolkien arguments. What I have found useful in the few Tolkien arguments I have gotten into is Tolkien's letters. Tolkien's letters I've actually found somewhat useful. So one of my, like, big hot take things is that the death of the author people have lost. The vulgar death of the author argument is completely defeated, and it's a genuinely kind of interesting thing because it's a very zombie argument. It's an argument that very few people take death of the author seriously. Like, very, very few people. It is an extremely unpopular hypothesis. It might actually be the furthest from popular hypotheses out there. And then when it is convenient for somebody at a very particular moment, people will act as if it is the prevailing norm of society. People will be like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep on going to Oh my goodness. I need to look it up. Yeah, As I Lay Dying. There we go. People are like, oh, I'm going to keep on going to As I Lay Dying concerts because death of the author. Right? That's what they'll do. Right? And they'll just be like, oh, yeah, death of the author is just true. Therefore, I don't have to care about like supporting morally awful people by paying them to do art for me. Which is not even what the original argument was, but also not how true people were. I think so, and I think in the context of a shipping community, it's actually relatively defensible. To catch people up a little bit, Death of the Author is a article by Roland Barthes, which I apologize to the French for the pronunciation, but not very much because French. Roland Barthes, that was an argument within literary interpretation that basically he was making the argument that you are wasting your time doing biographical research on authors. That was really the gist of it, was that this concern about the biography of an author is a waste of time, and that hello Zombie Alpane. I should actually get the hellos in before I get to the game. That it is a waste of time, and that any argument about what a text means should be grounded on purely what is inside that text. That you should only make exegetical arguments. And it's worth pointing out that this is a position that Barthes held that was unpopular at the time in academic literary criticism. He was advocating for a new way of doing literary criticism. Right? Right. He's making an argument. He's not stating like a fact about the universe. He's merely making the observation, which I think is actually not unfair, that you have access to the text, and so does the author, and the text is a separable thing, and if the author wrote down something that they didn't really mean, but they still wrote it down, is really kind of the big thrust of the argument. If an author wrote down something that was like really turbo racist, it doesn't really matter that much if they like are in their deep heart really racist or not. They still wrote a really racist thing. For example, just like to use a very straightforward example, I would say that in actual observed practice of book culture, we are perhaps the furthest from it that we have ever been in all of human civilization. It is entirely possible that that 2024 is the, so far, furthest point away that the culture has been from taking Death of the Author seriously. Because authors, particularly novelists, much more so than other people, particularly novelists, are in a position where one of the most important parts of your success as an author is the parasocial relationship. That selling yourself and your personality as part of the brand, as part of what the book is increasingly essential, and has possibly never been more essential than ever before. The general public's belief about the connection between an author and their work is the desire in the public eye for knowing about authors is higher than it's ever been. People pore over authors' identities and over their biographies. Which gets me back to talking about Tolkien, where I think that Tolkien's letters are really revealing, because Tolkien is really weird. It's like really discounted. Like I'm very surprised by how much this is discounted, because I think we like to hear about when an author is real wacky. I think that's something that makes people excited. is when they learn that one of their authors has like a bunch of wacky beliefs. I would consider Tolkien's beliefs to be relatively harmless crank stuff, which is like the best kind. Like that's the best one. That's the best one. Like Tolkien was an anarcho-monarchist. And like I actually believe him. Like I just genuinely think he meant it. And like I don't think he was just mashing random words together. I think he just actually had an insane belief about what a government should look like. I think he just had completely bizarre beliefs about what a good government is. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, one day I like to joke that it is actually essential to world building, to doing good world building, that the person doing the world building be insane. Frank Herbert was completely nuts. Frank Herbert was bonkers. Frank Herbert's political beliefs are some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. Whereas I don't like Heinlein's politics, but they're not crank stuff. Heinlein's politics are the exact point where the person who has them thinks that they're cranky and weird and insane, but they're actually really bog standard and pretty boring. Yes, only an insane man can recreate a history of cultural changes to make interesting cultures. Yes. This is why Toady 1 has to do something, has to make somebody else be insane, right? This is why Toady 1 has to program so much. Toady 1's a pretty reasonable man. So in order to make his worlds as insane as they are, he needed to he needed to drive the computer insane. He needed to give the computer mental illness. Yes, Uncle Fellow, that is exactly Heinlein's politics. It is very boring. It is very, very boring. It is, I should be free to do whatever I want, and women should be my property. And that's it. It's very boring. It's very boring and stupid. It's not interesting. And I don't even hate his writing, to be honest. I don't even hate his writing. I just don't think his world building is very compelling. I think it's particularly telling that sincere versions of Starship Troopers are not very interesting, but open satires of Starship Troopers are super interesting. There are two open satires of Starship Troopers that are just like, they're like extremely unfaithful to the underlying work, and they both have great world building. They both work fantastically. Some of the better satire that we've seen in a long time. Those obviously being the Starship Troopers movie from the 90s and Helldivers, the Helldiver series. Yeah, well, I'm doing my part. It's excellent. It's excellent. Fuck, maybe that should be the next movie night. I haven't watched that in a long time. I've not watched that one in a long time. But yeah, like Heinlein's just Heinlein's just an asshole. Heinlein is just an asshole. His politics are not very interesting or insane. Herbert's are completely crazy. Tolkien's are completely insane. Kafka's. I think Kafka would qualify as completely insane by the standards of his time, but I think in retrospect they come across as relatively reasonable. He just lived in the kind of society that thought World War I was a good idea. So, you know, and saw it too clearly, so to speak. Who are some other people who had some really good world building? Tarkovsky. Yeah. I feel like a lot of chess grandmasters. Chess grandmasters, by the way, are they're a fountain. Oh, Lovecraft had insane beliefs. Like, Lovecraft is really annoying because, like, the thing about his belief that's, like, the real key to understanding him is just how outrageously racist he was. And I always just feel like I need to point this one out. People have heard this one from me before, so forgive me, those of you who've heard this half a dozen times. I am not very sympathetic to the so-and-so was a product of their time argument for excusing certain things. Like, an obvious one, Robert E. Lee. Yes, Robert E. Lee was a pretty normal guy for the standards of his time. But the standards of his time also produced John Brown, who is the most beautiful man in history. So I don't find it very substantial. Right? I don't find it very substantial. Like, Lee and Davis and Brown and Lincoln and Sherman were all products of the same time period. Like, it's not much of an excuse. Lovecraft was, by 1910s, 1920 standards, so racist that his friends thought it was an annoying bit. Like, his friends thought he was doing, like, I think you should leave shit. Yes, absolutely. He was bigoted to the nines by the standards of his day, and then he married a Jewish woman. Like, this is a man who had a nervous breakdown because he learned that his grandmother was Welsh, but then he married a Jewish woman. Like he's all over the place. He is all over the place. He's just, no, him and Howard were not doing each other any favors. Aside, talking about authors where I think the biography is really helpful. Hello, Gamma. Speaking of authors where I think the biography actually makes the work more interesting, is Howard. Robert E. Howard is the writer of Conan the Barbarian, so he was a close friend of Lovecraft, and he's generally been a lot less famous as, like, an individual. Like, Howardian has not become a adjective in the way that Lovecraftian has, right? But we all know so much about, like, we all think about Conan, right? We all think about Conan, and we think about this, like, insane Conan universe and stuff like that, even if most of the details we don't care about, because, truthfully, Howard didn't care about the details. The whole thing was, like, it was, like, this sort of, like, weird mythical time where, like, the underlying world doesn't make very much sense, but the only people who are able to survive in it are the people who just, like, drastically ignore the nonsense. Like, to an irrational extent. They have to be irrationally rational. It's a very interesting thing. But an important part that I always like about Howard as a character is that as a character, Howard deliberately designed Conan to be the exact inverse of himself. That Robert E. Howard saw himself as physically frail, cowardly, uncertain, skeptical, scientific, and overly thoughtful. Oh, and depressed. He was very depressed. By the way, Howard committed suicide. Like he had very severe depression. And Conan has an indomitable spirit. So he makes Conan this, like, super jacked, superstitious, right? He's super jacked and he's superstitious. Those are, like, the two big traits. He's super jacked, he's superstitious, he has an indomitable will, he acts without thinking. So I think that makes Conan way more interesting. And the Conan stories themselves way more interesting, which are, let's be realistic, they're only kind of okay. Like, I like them, but they're only kind of okay. There's a lot of copy-paste. If you ever read a collection of Robert E. Howard works, there's a lot of very obvious copy-paste, which obviously didn't work like that back in the day. But, like, he just, like, had to rewrite it himself, but clearly was not putting it 100% creativity on every time. Uncle Follow, you cannot imagine how much I think about the Roman Empire. I'm such a middle-aged man at this point. How much I think about how much I think about the Roman Empire. It's incessant. It's incessant. I need to upload that lecture. YouTube keeps on crashing when I try to upload new videos, so I haven't uploaded it yet. But the Battle of Pydna lecture is, like, one of my favorites. I love the Battle of Pydna. What a great lecture. What a great lecture. I think I am ready to game. I think I am ready to game. I need to get that one uploaded. For people who are unfamiliar, the Battle of Pydna was a... Yeah, we have not scheduled, yes. Battle of Pydna was a battle between Rome and the Macedonian Antigonid Empire in 168 BCE. And it was functionally the end of the period where Rome had rivals on the Mediterranean. After the Battle of Pydna, the Hellenistic kingdoms do not serve as any independent threat to Roman power. The only thing that ever happens again was over 100 years later when Cleopatra tries to throw in on one side of a civil war, which you may note, not only is that with a civil war, as in half of the Roman Empire is on the Ptolemaic side, they still fucking lose. They still fucking lose, and lose so badly the entire country ceases to exist. So the Battle of Pydna is a really interesting battle for a lot of reasons. It's the battle of the Hellenistic phalanx against the Roman legion, which the Romans win extremely decisively, and so reconstructing it has become very important over the decades. And there's been new work on it. That's why I did the lecture. There's been new work on it. But now it's game time. Now it's game time. So we have beaten the base game, and I had to look it up. I had to look up how you do Echoes of the Eye. I did have to look up how you start it. Hello, Probe Cannon. So we have beaten the base game. I have not played Echoes of the Eye at all. Suit up. That's the seed. Esker. Oop. Oop. I cannot believe that didn't damage me. Let's see. So somewhere on Timberhearth, there's a radio tower. That's what I know. Oh, I didn't even get out my hellos. Hello, Momo. Did not get out my hellos. Hello, Momo. Hello, Wanda. Hello, Zamiel. Hello, Cat Magician. Hello, Gamma. Hello, me. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Uncle Fellow. I think, who else am I missing? Hello, Nando. I will have to... Hello, Cat... Yes, I did say hello to Cat Magician, and hello to Gamma. Yes, those are the hellos. Those are hellos so far. And we're recording. Now, it's been 2 days since the launch of the Deep Space satellite, and I'm about to view the first batch of photos. Let the record show that on this historic day, Outer Wild Ventures has... Ah! They're printing! Here they come. Don't fail physics. It's just physics, Midori. It's just calculus. You just gotta do calculus, and if you just calculus at it harder. Just take some integrals. Integrals are easy, right? That's not a lie. Stars above, will you look at that? There's Brittle Hollow. And look there, that's Hollow's Lantern. And there's Giant Deep and the Quantum Moon. And speechless, completely speechless. Every single astral body in our magnificent solar system looking stunning from every angle in each of these 3 images. And in color, no less. Now this is art. I could stare at these photos forever. Doesn't Timberhearth look tiny from... Hold on, what is that? That can't be right. I mean, that's not even possible. Am I interpreting this photo correctly? What's even stranger is it doesn't show up in either of the other photos, just this one. Well, there must have been an equipment malfunction, I suppose. Only sensible explanation for it. I'll radio Gabbro and ask them to go examine the satellite's lenses for defects. Okay. Let's take a look around here. Is there anything else here? Because... Let's see, let's just take a look around here. Radio tower. Alright. I guess my answer to this one is I go to Gabbro. Fortunately, Gabbro is relatively... As people go, Gabbro is easy to get to. Feldspar is pain. Feldspar and Rybeck are a pain, but... a little bit far away now. This might be bad, because I think this is going to collide me with the sun. It's going to collide me with the sun. Oh, I accelerated way too quickly. Oh, almost landed on the sun station. That would have been sick. Now we can go. Everyone wish Momo good physics as we play a physics game. What's Oi? It's physics. Pink. Yeah, looks like Gabbro's on the side of the planet. Slow down a little bit. Okay, so it's over here. Okay, I can already see him. Hello, Gabbro. Alright, let's get over here. This is my time, buddy. How's space treating you this loop? I found something. Found a photo of you inside the old radio tower. Nice, did I look busy in it? I hope I looked busy. Must have been from the time Hornfeld sent me to check on the deep space satellite. They thought old Spacey might be malfunctioning, but I couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. Which is probably how it got shot out of my beautiful bee-helmeted face. Come to think of it. I always thought it was kind of sweet that the best way to find old Spacey is to use a map that's generated by the satellite itself. It's like it's inviting us to visit. Good old deep space satellite. Always making sure we know where we're going. I have a map? Yeah, the one that's standard with all our spacesuits. The one you have with you at all times that opens up when you press a button. That map. Hello, Aspen. You didn't count on the head by a rock or a meteor or something on your way here, did you? No shame in that. Happens to me all the time. In case you're especially hard, don't forget you can jump into your ship and use the solar system to lock onto any astrobite. It's the easiest way to visit old Spacey, too. Hold on. Let's just go with the top question, then. Why'd Hornfels think it was broken? Dunno. Hornfels probably told me why, but Hornfels tells me lots of things, and I sometimes tune them out. Or I pretend there's signal interference and I can't hear them. Best guess, they say, says that the deep space satellite must have sent Timber Hearth some weird pictures, but, like, what's considered weird for a satellite, you know? Anyway, if you ever want to visit Old Spacey, fast way is to jump into your ship and use your solar system map to lock on the satellite, same as you would any astral body. No. Get back here. Old Spacey? I mean, the satellite's not super old, but it's hardly brand new. Old is more a term of affection. You're being very literal-minded about this. Old Spacey likes visitors, you know? Fastest... Okay. Same information. Same information. Now, let's get in here and pull up the map. And... that's the Interloper. That's the Hourglass Twins. There we go. Okay. Refuel, and I think we're going to have a minute here because Old Spacey is pretty far away. So let's get out of atmosphere. Yeah, 21 kilometers, and I am accelerating away from it. Yep. I don't need the help. I was in large part inspired by Callie Calico having her her highlight redeem at 50k, which I have enough points with Callie Calico that I've done that a couple times. All right. Wow, I got there fast. Holy crap. Hello, Old Spacey. 180 meters. You're like right here. You're like right friggin' here. So your orbit's really stable. Okay. Gabber here, checking in on the deep space satellite per ground control's request to check out a possible equipment problem. See Hornfells? I do too, work. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a satellite. It's peaceful out here, among the distant stars and the soft velvety darkness. Bet it's awfully nice for naps, too. Oh, right, the lens. Alright, little satellite, let's see what the trouble is. Huh. Everything looks a-okay, ground control. No dust or scratches on the lens, and no evidence of sparking or violent explosion. Guess that rules out an equipment malfunction after all. Hey, that pal, you're in great shape. Keep up the good work out there. Anything else out here? Oop. That's the same recording that I was looking at before. Hello, Whitehall Station. That's not a lot of solar panels for how far away the sun is. Actually, no, the sun's pretty close. Dang. It's like closer than... that's a lot closer than it is to Earth. Yeah, it's only 26 kilometers. It is a very tiny sun. Alright, and... Timber Hearth? No, that's Brittle Hollow. That's Timber Hearth. Let's go to Timber Hearth and see what Hornfells has got for us. No, I'll just try to pay attention and make sure we don't... I think... I think we're going to collide with the sun. Stop it. Alright, now we should be good. Now we should be good. Music seems different to me. The music seems different. Is this different music? Is this music that wasn't in the base game? Okay, that looks like the big crater, which is what I want. It's not. This must be the big crater. Yep, I'm going to Hornfell, so it'll land up relatively high. Hornfells is going to be in the museum, which I believe should be over this way. I do love that this game just has different gravities. Because like, that's the thing that always throws me in, that I constantly think about when playing Warframe, right? They're like, every planet's got the same gravity, despite that making no sense. Hey, look at the statue. The statue opened its eyes. Bet you'd wish you'd seen that happen, huh? Me too. Not even a little close to understanding what's going on with this statue. Was something you needed? I found feldspar. Thank you for finding them. That feldspar didn't immediately join you on your ship and return here is incredibly feldspar in them. We were not entirely sure what feldspar was thinking back then either. Just the expansion. I actually played through the base game. I finished it last week. I was playing it the last couple weeks. I've been playing it all subathon. Hornfells, I was looking for... That doesn't help me. But yeah, I had played Outer Wilds before then, so... Because it's so shiny. Nope, it's just, well-oiled. That is a cute idea. I was actually thinking about... myself, like in terms of, like, other RPG classes. And I was really thinking about, like, what kind of mech would represent me in Lancer. Radio tower designed to receive photos taken by the deep space satellites. There are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Okay, fine. Well, it's interesting because, like, what I like as, like, a player... I'm not active on PilotNet at the moment. I used to be. I actually made some theory crafting contributions back in the day. Like, a long time ago, but I haven't... The thing is, like, a thing to say about Lancer is I like Lancer very, like, conceptually, but the people who I actually game with do not like Lancer at all. They do not like Lancer one bit. It is towards the bottom. Oh, interesting. So let's see. So here's 248. Let's just take a look here. So Twins, Timber, Giant Steep, Bramble, Hollow. I think that's what we're looking for here. So here's 40 degrees. That all looks pretty normal to me. So yeah, nothing should be transiting. Hold on, let me do the math here, because it looks like it's flat to the plane here. So, Giant Steep and the Quantum Moon, the Twins, Brittle Hollow, Interloper, Bramble. Because things should be able to transit at this angle. Ah, okay, okay. I was kind of expecting you to say Tortuga. I was expecting you to say Tortuga. Nice. My actual one that I like the most those are Blackbeard and Caliban. As like a player. Those are what I like the most, are Blackbeard and Caliban. Well, let's take a look here. Those are generic. Those are great. Just I was like, those are just generic pics. I thought you were negging me. It's like, no, I like being I like berserkers. I like berserkers in my TTRPGs. Okay, so I mean, the Everest is a really good mech. The Everest is legitimately a very good mech, and that's one of those things that really throws people in that game. Is the Everest actually rocks. Okay, I think it's the 40-degree one is the one that was the odd one. Interesting. I don't think of them like that at all. Let's get out to Old Spacey. So I have not gotten a lot done this cycle. I don't really know what I'm supposed to be getting done this cycle. The Caliban's interesting because the Caliban's very like mobility focused, which is something I really have I have a real love for in turn-based games. In non-turn-based games, I don't care as much, but like in probably my favorite playstyle in well, I guess to me because, well, I mean, like, Blackbeard's not mid-range. Blackbeard's super close range. Blackbeard's like a Swallowtail level close range. It does have mid-range threat, but it is mostly about that about the close range. Oh. Okay, so I did not get shit done here. That's what you mean. I was like, I wish like the thing about the Blackbeard was it was about getting as close as possible and being able to like turn mid-range into close range. That like it does have a mid-range threat bubble. I will agree with you on that one. It does have a mid-range threat bubble. Let's get out of here and see. I don't really know what I'm doing at this point, so... Error, map offline. Doesn't really tell me anything. Yeah, the melee Baylor is a very slow mech. Baylor's not one that I think the Baylor's like one of the coolest ones lore-wise, but I think it's one of the like least interesting playstyle-wise. Funny little contrast there, right? The Tortuga, I think, is one that people would associate with me because it is big and blocky and good at hacking. It is. That's one of those things that is always kind of fun to throw people off on. Is like, what's the best hacking mech? It's the Goblin, right? The Goblin's the best hacker mech. What's the second best hacking mech? Probably the Tortuga. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, a lot of the Baylor's other things. Like, I mean, having lots of drone weapons is really nice. It's like, and that's like where the nanomachine weapons are, is on the Baylor, which is like. Okay, so I'm going to get over to Old Spacey and yes, please go eat, Tohu. Please go eat. I don't understand what I'm doing right now, so it is not going to be a minute. I think you're going to have a minute before I get a lot of progress on, because I am lost. I am lost. There is something happening here that I don't understand. I guess I haven't been to Hollows. I guess I haven't been to the Hollow Lantern. Yeah, but no, go get food. Go get food. I'm just saying you probably won't miss a whole ton. You might, though, right? Because that's always the danger. That's always kind of the danger of playing a very exploration-heavy game. I've been told, all I got told, I did look it up because I was like, is there a menu option or something? And all I looked at was that, like, you need to go to the radio tower on Timberhearth. That's what I know. And that's where I've been starting from. And so the radio tower told me that there's something on with the satellite. And let's move you out of the way a little bit. And so somewhere around 40 degrees. It looks like somewhere around 40 degrees there was something. There's some sort of anomaly. So we're at 18 degrees, 19 degrees. It looked to me like something was transiting the sun at about 40 degrees. Which there shouldn't be, right? Because we're, like, high in the plane. We're high in the plane, so there's the sun station. There's the sun station. Oh, I mean, I love that too. This is why I if somebody's doing a blind Deltarune or Undertale playthrough, I'm like actively going out of my way to find them. I should probably go out of my way also to actively look for mouth-washing playthroughs and DDLC. If somebody's gonna do a blind DDLC playthrough, I'm very excited. I do have a friend who has shared like 5 DDLC memes with me and didn't know that about DDLC. He just thought Monica was really cute. And I'm like, bro, it's free. It's free. It's free and it's like one afternoon. Okay, so somewhere around here. Okay, yep. Yup. That's something. That's something transiting. That's something transiting the sun. Things should not be able to transit the sun. At this angle, there should not be things that are above the solar plane. Go get your damn food. Okay, hold up. Let's bring out the scout launcher. Oh, okay. Okay. Huh. I was really expecting to just crash. Okay. It's dark as hell. Okay, that looks like a ship port. Oh, upside down. Streamer luck. Streamer luck. Yeah, I was about to say, that's not Nomai. That is not Nomai. Take a look around here a little bit more. Well, hold on. Let's just double check something before I leave. So, okay, so both of these doorways go to the same location. Oh. Okay. Okay, that was just pure dumb luck there. I'm glad that I took the moment to go back here and test it out again. Okay, so these are like tumbler locked. They're photo responsive. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ow. We're in a, was this a McNeil cylinder? O'Neill cylinder? I always forget. Irish cylinder. There's fucking wood. Whoever built this furniture is a lot taller than a Hearthian. Alright. So we know what they look like. That was surprisingly easy. I suspected that they were going to keep us in the dark on that one for a while. I may as well actually look at that. I may as well look at that. So they're tall. Looks pretty gracile to me. Green, obviously. Green, horned, 2 eyes. That's a big departure. That's a big departure. From us. Hearthians have 4 eyes, and Nomai have 3. So these are not Nomai. Got some sort of nose. I don't think we ever figured out. Oh, okay. This one looks a little bit fair chunkier. So they have done us the extraordinary kindness of posting a lot of photos of themselves. Okay, that's how that lock works. Okay. Do not understand how this one works. Okay, I guess maybe I need to put objects in here in order for it to do anything. Okay. I guess I kind of got mixed up on ring worlds. 1.3x gravity. Okay. Certain heft to it. A little bit like brittle hollow gravity, as opposed to timber hearth gravity. Multi-layer floors. Greek-style jugs. I did learn that a lot of the reason why you don't do flat-bottom jugs for Greek amphorae, it's not the only reason, but it's an important reason, is because of the firing of the clay. That if you fire clay on a flat-bottom jug, the heat distribution will not go up very far, which is fine if it's short, right? Wait, hold on. What do we do? Interesting. Okay, okay. So we got some rings. I'm gonna run out of fuel shockingly fast at this rate. Interesting. So, I don't know what planet that's supposed to be. But that is the eye indicator. Oh. That is the eye indicator, so I suspect this is going to be how I use the entire life here. Isn't telling me very much. Oh, I'm making my life way harder than I need to. Wow. Wow, okay. How do I do this? How do I do this? Should be some way. There we go. That took way too long. Okay, so... Okay, so we got a person observing. And there are waves coming off. They got a weird kind of leaf-shaped mouth. And they age and die, I guess? They call over people to watch it. And they wave out to it. And they get obliterated in fire. Or the film does. So this is the big one, I guess, is there's a ringed planet. Excuse me. That didn't tell me a whole hell of a lot, but there's some sort of ringed planet to keep out in mind. And we don't have a ringed planet. Oh, another one of these. Okay. How do I drop you? How do I drop you? Oh, there it is, yes. So let's put you in. So waves propagate outwards, and that's this symbol. Go away, I wanna... And it destroys film. And they seal the door. And something spooky happened. More spooky things happen. Okay. Oh. And it's flooding. Okay, that's a good thing to know. As the cycle progresses, there's flooding. As the cycle progresses, there's flooding. The technology is heavily photoactive. So that's why lanterns are so important here. So there's a person looking at this other island. They're fishing on the other island. They're lighting some candles and holding some sort of vigil. The other island drifts away. They ride the little raft. Wait, did the flooding abate? No, the flooding didn't abate. Some sort of museum down here. We got mummies! They're holding projectors. I mean, from the looks of it, it looks like they died in these positions. Looks like they died in these positions. There might have been something more to do here when this wasn't flooded, but it is flooded, so there's not a lot to do down here. I will have to come here earlier in the cycle. I think it's funny that, like, this particular one, I just kind of noticed, I was like, hey, that looks like a different... That looks like three-dimensionally weird. So, again, I am blind. I just am used to thinking in 3D, in three-dimensional spaces. Okay. Oop. Some sort of light going on over here. Unknown writing. So this is where I came in. This is where I came in. This is where I came in, so... I feel like there might not be a lot left for me to do at this point in the cycle. I guess I'll catch you and see if I can get over to that tower. This is a cute control scheme. This is a cute control scheme. That tower looks very Myst-like to me. I say as a guy who has not played Myst. aside, I love rafting. Like, I don't know if that seems insane to people, but I actually really like whitewater rafting. Like, as an athletic adventure, I really enjoy it. And I actually don't enjoy swimming very much. Not because I don't like the sensation of swimming, but because I hate taking showers after. I hate how dirty you get. I just hate how dirty you get. Like, if for some reason I feel even filthier after swimming than I do, like, going for a run. Oh. That looks promising over there. I actually already forgot what I said. No, I've got horrible ADHD. Oh, the running thing? Yeah, I run a lot. I run a lot. I haven't been running this week because I've been sick, but, and that's like a terrible thing to do to yourself. But no, I love running. When I'm good, I run 50 to 70 kilometers a week. Typho's head on. Do you now? That's the wrong location, I guess. There we go. That's the right location. Okay, so the eye looks like this. So they indicate the eye, and they use this lantern with a fire thing. Okay, so we got some more people. This one's kind of unreadable. Have to get up here again. Slightly easier to read one's this style. Still not great. Am I dynamically going to cast a shadow in there? Okay. Genuinely not very good. Okay, so we got some persons. They're coming in front of the camera. They're putting some projectors out there. We see a portrait. He looks upset. But who's to say, right? Who's to say? Because different cultures have different expressions. Different cultures have different uses of expressions, and this is a culture where we haven't talked to a single person in it, so we can't read intention very well. With the lack of literary sources, reading intention is very difficult. There's a lot of weather changes going on. They're aghast. They're falling apart. They fall over. The others come over to comfort them. They're also aghast. This one's incomprehensible to me. This one's incomprehensible to me. What am I looking at here? Got a person looking at a house of some kind. They're going towards the house. You know what? I should probably follow the author's lead. No, that's unreadable. Unreadable. Illegible. It just occurs to me, so they're using a lit lantern to run these things, so I think if I get here early in the cycle, and there might be some campfires, and I can light the lanterns in a campfire? Was that maybe a thing? I mean, it doesn't really matter now, I'm about to get exploded by the sun. I'm curious as to what it looks like in here. Or is this thing gonna survive? That doesn't make sense. Okay, I was wondering. I was like, I should be insanely dead right now. And apologies if I made it seem like the game isn't Myst-like. I just haven't played Myst, so I don't know. I will say this game isn't voice acted. That's a big difference. That's one of those things I know about Myst, is that it's very heavily voice acted. And in particular, has one guy do voice acting, do full-on face acting for 2 different characters, which is very fun. I think more things should do that. Hey, hold up a sec. Yeah, I already know about the launch codes. Now I'm going to tell you about using shiplock to set destination markers for locations you've visited before. It's a brilliant feature, if I do say so myself. Dead useful, and the risk it poses of shorting out fuel regulator and causing it to explode so minimal only Gaussian shouldn't worry about it. What about locations I haven't visited before? Oh, sure, I'll just magically have the system know all the possible locations you plan to discover through the entire solar system, shall I? Wow, Slate, you come up with such incredible ideas. Oh, I do the best I can with what I've got. Really, you're too kind. This is extraordinarily convenient timing. Thanks. Sure thing, hatchling. Anyway, I've got fire to enjoy, and you've got launch codes to grab. Go wild with the marking feature while you're out there. Just try not to fall so directly fly into the sun, okay? So, can I go to the ring? To the world? Can I go to the dead zone? The Stranger and the River Lowlands and the Cinder Isles. Well, okay, let's go to the Stranger first. Yeah, the Stranger isn't even all that far away. Interesting. The Stranger should be black above. When I managed to get it on the other side of the plane. Hello, Stranger. Let's take a look around the exterior features of the Stranger for a change. So this is one side of the Stranger. Okay, it's invisible from the other side. That's freaky. Or is it just invisible if you get too far away from it? Okay, it looks like it's just if you get too far away from it. So try hugging the exterior of the Stranger. Just want to see what the other side of this thing looks like. Very similar, very similar. Okay, so fundamentally the docking port is the part that matters. And you dock on the exterior of it. You know, we're doing hollows. Ow. 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 I don't think I care all that much, to be honest. I'm not gonna bother repairing it. This is a one-way trip. I'm curious. So this is what the stranger ships look like. Are they accessible? Not so much. Not so much. No. Dang it. There we go. Took you 10 cycles to learn how did you get here before then? Okay, so let's see. So let's just see what this grabs me towards. Okay. So this is the first stop, is this village. Right, and I think it was this little house every time. Oh, you went to the satellite and waited for it to get to 40 degrees and then came back down? Interesting. Okay. Oh. Jeezy Pete's. Okay. That makes life a lot easier. Oh. No. Okay. I can use the motion of my own body. Okay. So let's just see how much easier this is to look at. Oh, Jeezy Pete, that's easier to look at. Okay, so we got the emanating rings, we got the interfering double rings, and the interfering triple rings. So door is closing. A person coming out of the darkness. Person coming up to an interface and lighting it. And it opens up. Okay. That is much more coherent. Wow. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. Okay, so we've got a ringed planet, the Eye of the Universe, lantern, and doorway. So we're looking at ringed planet. There's the eye. Oh, okay, this is the solar system with the eye up top. And there's the hearth, and the eye sends out waves. That looks like another solar system. Oh, the rings are out in another solar system. Okay. And these people were there, and they're looking at it, and it's... They're seeing the eye. And it drives them mad. And so they built the stranger to come here and visit the eye. Okay. So they're from another solar system that's apparently not that far away. I have played Outer Wilds the first before. I've beaten Outer Wild. Oh, if you're talking to Hoomter. Hoomter was here while I was playing it. Hoomter was here while I was playing it. No, Hoomter watched me beat it. I don't know if he caught everything that I did, but he did watch me beat at least some of it. Okay, nothing really under there. And unknown language. There we go. That's what I was looking for. And let's see if I can get down here with this. Yeah, this is my first time with the DLC as well. Okay, so some of these lights are still active. I thought that was something who was moving. It's like, what the hell? Okay, a couple of these people still have active fires. I think I can do here. Yeah, we haven't done a ton. There is an anomaly that, there's an anomaly that they found, over the... What else I figured I'd be able to do something with these? I figured these would be... So all these lights are on. There's an... Yes. The radio tower picked up an anomaly. And I'm visiting it. Yeah. And I got thrown off because I, for whatever reason, thought that a ring world was like a Dyson scale project. Alright, let's get to that other island. Right, now I'm curious about you. Now I'm curious. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Screw it. I like whitewater rafting. Is there a whitewater rafting simulator? That reminds me that I will probably play, I will... Yeah, maybe, I don't know, like I said, I was thinking of, I think I was just raw, is what it actually was. I think I was just raw. Oh, we got some lanterns over here. Let's see. Okay. Got another. There's just mausoleums down here. Oh. One of the people unused burial spot. Unused burial spot. So, like, do you need the multiple rotations for an O'Neill cylinder? To... Because you shouldn't need it to cancel out, if it's just in free gravity, right? Like, you're not canceling anything out unless I guess the scale's large enough. I'm guessing it's the tidal forces, right? It's got to be the tidal forces are the problem. If you're not worried about the tidal forces, who cares? Yeah, okay, yeah, for orbiting a sun, because then you're going to get tidal force issues if you're... Or just any other orbital body, right? Any other orbital body, because tidal forces are cool, and that's a reason why we like spheres. You got an eye shrine here. You got fuel here. That is fucked up that they use the same fuel as those. Okay. Using good old sun energy. Let's keep looking around here. May as well go for the lower level stuff, because we know this place is flooding. The dam breaks, okay. I really should have, like, a timer out on my desk, just so that I can, like, write down when these things happen. So a dam breaks, and we're at the tower. Okay. I've destroyed the lantern I was carrying around, but that doesn't really matter because I couldn't find the projector I was looking for second time. So... Oh, was it over here? Was it over here? Yeah, no, I mean, if you're, that's one of those things, like, I haven't really been able to do while streaming that I think is, but like I did when I played solo, which was like, I had like, I wrote down a couple of points of like where and when things happen. Notably for, where it was particularly helpful was, I can't drop it. Okay, so this is the room I need to go to. Where it was particularly helpful was for stuff with Ember Twin. I think I'm just going to meditate at this point. So, like, looking head on to this tower is where I want to be. Looking head on into this tower is where I want to be. I'm just simply too curious about this. Not try and do it. Oh my goodness. Okay. Ugh. But yeah, one of the ones I learned that was really amusing to me when I was playing this the first time is that if you autopilot to Dark Bramble at the start of a cycle, you will crash into the sun. Okay. Right. Gotta... Scaled vault. There we go, that's what I wanted. Okay. Okay, so let's take a look. What is my brainiac ass written in here? A massive artificial ring world. There we go. Hidden within some sort of cloaking field, it does not appear to be Harthian or Nomai in nature. That's fair. River Lowlands, a low-lying region near the entrance to the Stranger. There are wooden buildings along the bank of a river. That's true. Burn Slide Rail, a slide rail that shows the origin of the Stranger and its inhabitants. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. That's true. Sealed Vault, a slide rail from the River Lowlands shows strange vault being closed and sealed with chains and a glowing symbol. Cool. Cinder Islands, a pair of small rock islands connected by a village of stilt houses. I found a large metal symbol for the eye of the universe inside a burnt-out building. That's all true. Can I... Oh, wait, what? Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going. And here we go. Ow. Ow. Cockpit damaged. Damage I don't really care that much about. There we go. That's what I care about. And... and boom. Goodbye, ship. One, two, oh! There we go. This is a different entrance. A different entrance. I am somewhere else right now. This is not what I was expecting. Okay. So here's the dam, which is a little bit nauseating, because we know the dam's going to break, right? No, fuck me. Was the other entrance? Is the entrance I've been coming in through? Yeah, this is the entrance I've been coming in through. Okay, so there are actually two entrances. There are actually two entrances. And this comes out by the dam. And so both entrances are actually at about the same location. Both entrances are about the same location, and I kind of screwed up here, and I'm going to be going much slower than I wanted to. Which stings, because I'm trying to get all the way down to the Cinder Islands. But so it goes. Okay, let's see what's over here. Spot I didn't really explore before. Or is there not really anything here? Okay, it's not really anything particularly here. Okay, whatever. Try to do whitewater in just this with just the Ava suit. Okay, that's pretty rough. That's pretty rough. Okay. That was a pretty failed life. So it goes. And let's get on here, and Cinder Isles, here we go! I think I found nothing out that time. So there's something in a sealed vault. I'm gonna make a wild guess here. This is based on very little information. So one thing that I saw was that we looked in that second mausoleum inside the Cinder Isles, and there was a missing body, right? There was an empty corpse slot. There was an empty corpse slot, and I am going to guess that that person is alive. That correlates to an alive person inside the vault. Some sort of criminal, some sort of pervert. That's going to be my guess. Right. Oh, come on. Oh, I can push the ref like that. Okay. I want to go to Cinder Isles first. So... rename graves, tombs, mausoleums, and catacombs to corpse slot. I mean, it does feel like a, I'm kind of... I think that really kind of showcases that, one of those things that a lot of people don't really believe, that archaeologists do, in fact, worry a lot about at least the appearance of offending people's sensibilities. They at least, like, care to a PR extent about not offending people's sensibilities around the dead. Oh, okay. I didn't take archaeology. I took very little archaeology. Like, I think it was just like a part of some of my anthropology survey coursework. I never took any, like, dedicated archaeology courses, which I should have. I probably would have gotten a lot out of it, but I didn't, so I didn't. I just didn't take them. Let's see, is there... There we go. I mean, it has a lot to do with intention, and, it has a lot to do with intention. It has a lot to do with respectfulness and context. A very important distinction is that, yeah, the permissiveness is very important. I would say that the permission's very important. And I would say the fact that when you're grave robbing, the point is to turn the main purpose is to turn a personal profit and to hoard the remains and the findings, to keep the findings private. Whereas with archaeology, with excavations, the whole point is to make it public. Okay, so this is the eye slide. So these are people on the stranger looking at the eye. I love these ponchos. I love these ponchos. and they're scanning it, and they're looking at it, and they're determining that it's the same eye, that it's exploding, that it's destroying. It withers this guy. It vaporizes this guy who was close to it. You see skull being overgrown. And they're horrified. And they're despairing. And they're weeping. And they're full of anger. And they come to the eye shrine. And they burn it down. Okay, so they decide to take revenge on the eye. These people sent people to examine the eye before, and they determined that the eye is not friendly. And here's the stranger cloaking. Okay, that's that real. Yeah, the private collection stuff is very depressing. And I mean, it keeps on going, right? It keeps on going. Like, there's a huge problem going on. I don't know what country you're from, Uncle Fellow, but there's a big American company called Hobby Lobby, right? It sounds very, it's a company that, like, bills itself as, like, the place where you buy, like, paints and stuff for like, kids' projects. Okay, so we've got second interference. Second one of this slide, second emanation. Hold on, I'm gonna pause it. So yeah, Hobby Lobby is this company. Yes, Hoomter's heard this one. Yeah, Hobby Lobby is this company, this American company that sells like paints and arts and crafts, and they've been getting sued like crazy by the American government because they keep on buying ancient Sumerian artifacts from fucking ISIS. From ISIS. In order to put in a museum that is only for rich people that demonstrates, like, literal biblical accuracy. They're trying to use Sumerian artifacts to tell people that the Earth is 5,000 years old. Which is crazy. Like, it feels very counterproductive to me. Alright, we're on second emanation. I have to remember this. Right click. So we got person coming out of the darkness. And they come across this light, this pillar. And they put fires in it. And it seals up the tower in a second way. And then they come here and they put light in it. Okay, it's the same slide. That's all that's there. So, I need to find this vault somehow. Yeah, absolutely religious fundamentalists is a way to put it. Total menaces to society. Yep. Some more families. Okay, hold on. So that's that shrine. Oh, interesting. Okay. So what I'm reading here is that if I go to this cylindrical thing at the Cinder Isles, there's a lower entrance that goes out to an invisible staircase that goes to the vault. Is that right? That's my read of that, so let's try to get back there. Try to get back there. I'm really stressing out about time because I know that dam's gonna break. And once the dam breaks, I don't know what to do. So, I think you're the one. Nope. Okay, excellent. Take the lantern with me. As the one where there's a missing person, right? Empty corpse slot. Empty corpse slots. So that's not how that works. Maybe when the light goes out from the flood. But let's try going around it first. So it was supposed to be somewhere down here, right? The lower right. Or was it a different tower? It looked like it was this tower, but there might be another cylindrical tower around here somewhere. There's another cylindrical tower somewhere. I do want to try going behind the dam one of these times. Is there another cylindrical tower inside the cylinder? No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like this is it. So I come down here, and this is as much light as I can block. Right, this is as much light as I can block. This is as much light as I can present. So to me, it really looks like these folks were, like, ritually sacrificed like this. This to me has the ring of like they didn't just die of natural causes and then were strapped in like this. This doesn't strike me as just like a burial method. This feels like an execution or a human sacrifice to me. That's what it feels like to me. Let's take a little bit more of a look around here. Yeah, error, unknown language. And see, if I was really curious, I'd be trying to decode this language right now. But I've only got a little bit going on. So here's our old eye shrine that they burnt down. And then, I don't know, did they human sacrifice the surviving priesthood? So it looks like to me. I've explored that building, I've explored that building. There's something here I don't understand. And these people are tall. I would call them the Strangers, but like that's the name of the astronomical body that I'm on, and that doesn't help me. That's confusing. Yeah, I don't know. Owls, but they're horned. They're horned. To me, they look like, the main thing they look like to me is, Oberon. The Warframe Oberon is what they really look like to me. Okay. And that does destroy the lantern to do that. That does destroy the lantern. Let's... I guess. I don't know. I would get confused about it because people keep on calling me an owl. Okay, we got some cables here. Bonk. Let's get in here, see what's going on. Yeah, I do have owl vibes. I do have owl vibes. I don't even know what I have in common with that, with Athena. And Owl wasn't even my favorite, Winnie the Pooh character. My favorite Winnie the Pooh character was Eeyore. Okay, so that's another shrine that... Let's see what happens. Okay, so it's 100 meters away. Oh, huh. Well, that answers one of my questions. Not the important one, but it does. My kind of idiot understanding of Winnie the Pooh is that it's very, like, the characters are kind of, like, representative of major mental illnesses. Yeah, Eeyore's a very depressed guy. That is kind of Eeyore's thing. So here's a whole town that I haven't visited. This is the back side of the dam. See, can I crash? Can I push you in here? Can I get you stuck in? As long as you don't float away too quickly. I never remember what the other ones are supposed to be. I think Piglet's supposed to be anxiety. Don't know what the other ones are really supposed to be. Piglet's anxious. Tigger's hyperactive. And I don't know how intentional that was, because, like, the terms that we use for some of these are, like, they post-date the books, right? Like, it doesn't actually make sense for the author to have used, like, these DSM-5 terms. It seems fairly intentional, but at the same time, they wouldn't be, like, the DSM-5 terms, right? Like, that, like... Because, like, the DSM-5 is, like, 10 years old. That doesn't make sense. I can imagine that they are intentional to, like, feelings that a little kid would have. Yeah. But that they would be, like, that they would map straightforwardly one-to-one with, 21st century understandings of mental illness always felt, I think optimistic is the word I would want to use. Okay. Oh. And you go in the other direction. That's interesting. Give me some cylinders, baby! That looks like a cylinder to me, baby! These people are just absolute sickos for circles. Yeah, they didn't know melancholic personalities, right? Like, they knew the concepts to some extent or another. Okay, I was afraid I was gonna kill myself right there. Yeah, no. A diagnosis isn't the same as understanding like that somebody has a series of symptoms that are bundled together in a common way isn't the same as understanding their etiology. All right. Ooh, heck yeah! This is the one I was looking for. This is the one I was looking for. Okay. Oh, your partner's a practicing therapist. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I will say that like the big one I noticed, right, is that I've got depression. It's the sort of thing like people notice about me when I was like a little kid. Level obvious depression. And the yeah, the DSM-5 isn't, well, it isn't, I would say it's science. My understanding is that I would categorize it as scientific, but science is just a technique. And true is another question. True is a really hard question. It's I would say that it's a tool. It is not the same as like ontological truth. And like I was saying with depression, yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, it's true that it's scientific. Like the thing I would try to shy away from is like the idea that like it is, we're not going to improve on it and that there isn't a potentially better method. It is a tool for practicing therapists to, honestly, I think probably it's most useful for practicing therapists can talk to other practicing therapists is probably what's really most useful for. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you, game, for the reminder to turn off, to go offline, so that you do not see what games my friends are playing. Okay, so this is the vault one. It's burnt out. They're gonna jump scare me with one of these, right? It's all gonna be burnt out except for like one slide that's gonna be super important. Okay. We got people looking at the vault. The vault's much smaller than I expected it to be. And they're building a tower around it. Okay, so the vault is inside this sort of dome shape, this sort of shaped tower. This sort of and then they sink it into the ocean. There's a person in here, right? And I think horror, a lot of what matters for horror is what you find scary. Like, I think if you guys want to see a game that, like, I am, like, actually, I think would actually stress me the fuck out, and, like, really, like, disturb, like, really get under my skin, I think the one we'd want to go with is, oh, hey, we got a puzzle here. Oh, okay, so this is the planets of their home system. This is the planets of their home system. I would need to have written it down, what order it looked like the planets were in. Yeah, but but it would be, Only Up would probably be the one that would get me, like, the most, like, traditional horror reactions. Out of, like, every video game that's ever existed, I think Only Up is probably the one that would probably like, really bug me the most. Subnautica doesn't really get me too bad. I haven't played it a ton, but like when I was playing it, I had so little reaction to it that I had to have CC on as a guest star so that somebody was reacting to things. I am pretty confident this is not the solution. So does not make sense as a solution. I have a brother who would die in Subnautica. Like I think he would actually have a heart attack playing Subnautica. But I'm not thalassophobic. I am somewhat acrophobic. So like only up would get me pretty bad. Uh, okay, so we got 3 moon phases. Crescents, half, and gibbous. And we got this weird abstract symbol, fire, 4-point star, sun, ring world. Oh, interesting, interesting. Yeah, again, thalassophobia doesn't super get me too bad. Again, probably the main reason why I don't swim very often is because, like, so many times when I've swam, I've gotten swimmer's itch, so now I just kind of feel like swimming is inconvenient. uh, okay. Uh, okay, I am going to start using a stopwatch this loop. I'm also gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna use the restroom because we've been going for 2 hours. Uh, you've gotten owned by Five Nights at Freddy's. You got owned by Five Nights at Freddy's. Um, Signalis was one that got under my skin, but I don't think it was apparent while I was streaming it how bad it bothered me. But because like the ways it bothered me didn't like it wasn't really like hitting me until hours later. But Signalis really got me. It was a very slow burn way. Right, ちょっと待って. We're going over to the fan gallery, and I'll be back. All right, I'm back, and I grabbed an egg timer. I will try to keep it from going off too loudly in front of you guys. I guess I could, why would I do it this way? Why would I do it this way, and why would I not do it... Well, I don't have a second monitor, so I'm not doing it the other way. That's why I'm not doing it the smart way. Which would be with the web timer. Close you, timer, nope, it's 22 minutes, and let's get it moving and get back in game. All right. Yeah, I am not by nature a super anxious person. I have very bad depression and I have very bad ADHD, which causes some anxiety-like symptoms. But it's not a very general anxiety. Okay, let's see. And let's suit up before I forget. Okay, it doesn't think I've got more things to explore at Cinder Island, but it does think I've got things to explore at the reservoir and the lowlands. It does think I've got things to explore at the reservoir and the lowlands. So, let's take a look here. Slide reel that shows a strange vault being enclosed in a large metal structure and lowered underwater. Nearly all of the slides have been burned out. Enormous reservoir. Submerged structure. Sealed vault is inside there. There's more in the river lowlands. Found a projection that reveals a cave entrance at the base of a rocky island with a tall tower. Oh, that's a cave entrance! Okay, I did not understand that. Okay, excellent. This is what I was looking for. So, this is the origin point. So... they're in a moon around this giant, okay? So... see if there's another slide reel in here. That's not the one I want. Dang it. The bad guy from over the garden wall? The Beast. The Beast. See, is there a good picture of their solar system from this, just like of the entire solar system? Not really. Okay. Yeah, the Beast is pretty terrifying. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can do something annoying here. Nope, fucked up. So the eye triggers... okay, I'm gonna load up GIMP. Okay, so I've got this image loaded up in GIMP as a way to test this. Okay. How close am I to the freaking stranger at this point? I think I messed up the timing on this because I think the timer... was the timer not going for a minute there? Feels like it should be way quicker than that. That was only 4 minutes. That was 4 minutes on the clock. I thought it was way quicker than that. That doesn't seem right. Four minutes on the clock is absolutely wrong. So what you're saying, Hunter, is that you could not work in the U.S. government with the boards of shadowy figures. Okay, so I actually only need to look at the top of the... I only need to look at the top of it. Okay, so I... Alright, gotta push this one off. Let's explore this village for a moment here. Hey, that's Ghost Matter! What the hell is Ghost Matter doing here? Nope. That spooked me. That gave me a nice little jump scare. Okay, so... So that'll kill me. Oh, that's gonna kill me. The question was whether or not it's the doorway to the cabin or the entire cabin. That was my question. Because if it's the doorway, I'm looking to see if there's an alternate entrance to that cabin. That was what I was checking for. Is there some other method to get into the cabin? Okay, let's reset the timer, because I still want to figure out... The only event that we saw inside there that really particularly matters so far has been the, give me a second here. Has been the... What do you call it? The... The dam breaking. The dam breaking is kind of the only actual event. They don't really explain what Ghost Matter was, particularly. Ghost Matter was matter created by the interloper that, it's matter from the interloper that killed the Nomai. And it's just kind of poison that's created by those green rocks that you can't see. Yeah, exotic matter. What it does to your body, it kills you. It kills you, it's mega radioactive. There we go. That's what I kind of got for us. And so we're going back to the same cabin, because if there's anything that I can tell you about myself, it's I'm pretty stubborn. So it's definitely a harder way to get in. Using the proper docking procedures was definitely less efficient. Ah, that's true. I mean, radioactivity is cool. I actually like studying radiation. The radioactivity is attenuated by traveling through things. And so whether or not a distance, like, you can be close to radioactive stuff, like surprisingly close, as long as there's... Oh, definitely not. No, it's way too close for that. Somebody did say it's destroyed by water, in which case I will just wait for the flood. Which is fine. I can wait for the flood. That makes sense to me. Oh, I mean, it is worth pointing out, like, I kind of thought it was radiation mostly in the, like, I guess because of, like, the literary motifs around it they used. That, like, people tend to think that radiation just kind of kills you, just kind of out of nowhere. And it's invisible. Yeah, it's, like, invisible, it's green, it's glowy, and it just kind of kills you in this really mysterious, bizarre way. What's over here? Should be paying more attention to my environment. Yeah, the hallmarks of sci-fi and literary radiation, but not physical radiation. It is worth saying, though, that, like, if you are in the right medium, you'd be surprised. The one that I remember from somebody who works in a nuclear reactor, because, like, they have the way that we do nuclear storage, right, is that underneath the reactor, we take the radioactive stuff and we put it in barrels, and then you put it in barrels, and then you and then it's in water, and you submerge it in water. And... what was there? A cave entrance? Maybe this was where the cave entrance was? I don't think so. So this building I've explored pretty thoroughly over here. This building I've explored pretty thoroughly. This building I've explored pretty thoroughly. Oh. I feel like I'm getting a lot of ex-military these days, because Blast is also ex-military. I know a couple other people who are ex-military. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. I mean, huh. Because, like, I think about, like, what do VTubers have in common? Like, as personality types. I do think about that quite a bit. Because there are some personality aspects that do seem to be common to the VTubers, as a category of person. Oh. Lights flicker at 15 minutes. That's something. And one of those ones that gets highlighted fairly frequently, that a lot of VTubers share, but that I don't. But I do understand how this one happens. Autism spectrum disorders are really common among VTubers. Oh, no, I missed it. And I do think it's the face thing. I do think it's the face thing. There's a lot of it. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Real miracle if I survive this one. Oh my god, I'm going to do something that I almost never get to do in this game. Which is heal on purpose. Yeah, I do think that, it does seem like autism spectrum disorders are really common among VTubers. Yeah, whitewater swimming is, I have not done that, and I would recommend against it. I highly recommend that if you are on boat, stay in boat. But yeah, it does seem like a lot of the folks in this space have autism spectrum disorders, and I think it has to do with difficulties with the relationship that autistic people have with faces. That's my theory. That's like my core theory on that relationship, is that because in VTubing we're not using there we go, as traditional of face language. I think that autistic people find that easier. The cartoonishness. Alright. I'm going to actually do this on purpose, as opposed to just because it's funny. How am I doing on health? That got me most of the way up. That was pretty good. That's pretty good. Not a full heal, and while I'm thinking about, may as well go for a full heal. The green fires are honestly easier for roasting marshmallows. Alright. So we're at 12 minutes, and the flood still hasn't happened. That's good to know. So there's supposed to be some sort of cave entrance. Is it? Is it? Yeah, I knew I had a good friend when I was younger who, I should say an old friend. I shouldn't act like I'm not friends with him anymore. We just aren't as close as we used to be because he's got kids now, right? Who's quite autistic, and he did very well in acting. He took up acting as a hobby, and he did quite well at it. This is what I'm looking for? This is what I'm looking for. Hello, Mura. Hello, Mura. DLC stands for delicious. This one is delicious. I figured you'd like this one more, quite a bit. And hello. Okay, so this is the other side of this. Oh, Okay, I'm above the previous room. Oh, I mean, thank you for stopping by for as little as you could. It's still lovely to have you here. Please rest well, Mora. And we got another slide. We got another slide, and... Well... Okay, it might have been easier to get in here from the top. Okay, so these are like the controls. These look like controls, so... This is the chain that controls this little house. This is the chain that that leads to this tower I'm standing on right now. This leads to some sort of cave entrance. And this one leads to the submerged vessel, which is where the evil person is. So yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough, Mora. I have not played this one before. This is a new. This one's a novel experience to me. Oh. I have played the base game before, but I haven't played this DLC. How do I get back up? There we go. That's how I get back up. I am hoping that this is the slide that will show me... Oh, so it looks like it's around 8 minutes. Looks like it's around 8 minutes. Okay, so... this is not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Okay, so... I gotta find you. Alright. Sleep well, Mora, sleep well. Yeah, I mean, the tides here... Oh. Tides in general have nothing to do with this bullshit. Tides in real life are caused by are caused by gravitational forces of orbital bodies. So this place has a river. It doesn't have... It has a reservoir, but the reservoir isn't causing tides. It's there's a dam that breaks. No, there's not tides. There's just a dam that breaks, and there's just a river flow that is regulated by the fact that the reservoir... This is a clever design, right? This is a clever design. They're using the centripetal motion of the ring to cause water to stay on one side of the dam preferentially. And that's it. That's all they're doing. It's very cute. I think it's a very cute design. Oh, there's that vessel that we were worried about. So I wish I could remember where in Reservoir Town where in Reservoir Town is our slide projector. There's a slide projector somewhere in Reservoir Town. And it's not the most important thing for me to be doing right now, but I do want to do it. It's here. There we go. So, I mean, one of my favorite articles of all time is How to Destroy the Earth. Okay, so this is the green thing. So they put the person in here. And they point to the ring world, and they go in here. They take a group of people in here. Okay, so there is a third location. There are 3 of these. There are 3 of these. That doesn't tell me very much, unfortunately. How are we doing on time? We only got 5 minutes left. We got 5 minutes left, and I want to see what is in that house. I want to see what is in that house that shouldn't be that far away. No, you bastard, you bastard. Okay. Being a spacefarer did not make this guy a good boatswain. Okay. Yep, about what I expected. So I don't want to be at Cinder Island. Cinder Islands is too far forward. So I think it's around here is what I'm looking for. This looks about right. This is the cabin I'm looking for. Photo mode. Let's see, did the ghost matter get dissolved? Ghost matter destroyed. Ghost matter destroyed. Another corpse slot that is missing. 2 more corpse slots without corpses. Pick up artifact. Huh. Okay, so maybe there's a way in the house from below. Kinda lost on what to do, and I've only got 2 minutes left. I guess I'm gonna do some whitewater swimming. Because there's that cave entrance, and I can't figure out what else I would even do with my time here. Ow! And let's get over here. I feel like this life I got a lot done, which is a nice contrast considering the last couple I got very little done. Okay, so let's get over here. Let's see if we can take a right side detour. Is there a way I can cut right? Oh, that's an electric wire. I think it's gonna kill me. Okay, so that's what the right side looks like. So I can't get over there trivially. I was wondering about this cave. This is what I was wondering about. No, I can't get up there easily. I can't get up there easily. I can't get up there easily. I mean, would you not describe that as cute? Right? Like as a series of design choices. To just use centripetal force to create a dam, like I think that's very cute. I don't feel like there's a better word for it. Okay, so this is our vessel. And you can go in from below. I mean, I've never studied Ring World setups in my life, so, may as well not die hungry. I hope this not picking up that ringing. They'd never eaten them before? Ah. Okay, so this has been locked in 3 phases. And yeah, this has definitely got to be somebody who's like buried alive, right? Like there's no way. There's just no way. I mean, I haven't had marshmallows in a very long time because I've been vegan for like 13 years, and they're generally not. They're not by default vegan. You have to buy special vegan ones, and I actually didn't like them all that much. Like, yeah, like I just not like a hate of them. I just like just kind of a general like, yeah, they're mid in my mind. I tend to find them quite mid. Yeah, but like I feel like s'mores are just like a lot of work for like something where I kind of almost prefer them without the marshmallows. Like I kind of would rather just have like chocolate and graham crackers, or just like make some cookies or something like that. Rice Krispie treats is a good use for them. That one I will say. Rice Krispie treats do rule. I am into the Rice Krispie treat, but so I think it looks like it was like 8. It was at the like 13-minute mark. Is okay, and let's grab you, and let's take a look at the rumors. Island tower, submerged structure. Okay, so it didn't actually tell us a ton. Understandable, though I would say that modern indoor plumbing is one that I find even more impressive. Okay, so I found 2 of those rooms, and one of them is missing a person. Mostly this life I want to get to the reservoir while it is well, there's still water. Well, it's still high water. Right? Wait, what? Oh, we're here. Okay. I think that's very funny to do. I think that's a very funny thing to do. Just like not even attempt to align it with the ground, just tumble it in and get out while it's tumbling. Okay, so gotta remember to only look at the top one. There we go, only look at the top one. Okay. And let's do the whole river course. There we go, that was a good push. And a little bit there. There we go. There we go. And yeah, when I rate like what I think is the best invention, I pretty much always go for toilets. Like having lived without them, toilets and washing machines are outrageously powerful. I genuinely do not think we have made a better invention. I honestly think the internet is like nowhere near the top 20, the top of the 20th century inventions. I mean, I think it's actually pretty high up there, but I feel like compared to like what indoor plumbing and refrigerated cars have done for us, it feels like it doesn't feel like a fair comparison. Alrighty, let's see. Bonk. Okay, so we're on this side of the reservoir. Well, it's still stationary. So now it's very still now over on this side of the world. This does kind of tell me, like, looking at this, I haven't learned that much of this language, but at the very least, the top and the bottom symbols aren't super meaningful. Okay, so I've got a theory about that puzzle, but I will revisit it later. Okay, so I should have gone for... Wait, no, hold on. I should have gone for either side. Hold on. I'm making a mistake. I am making a mistake. I should use the raft, because there's an excavator port over there. And it's the top of the dam that I've not seen any of. So, let's get on the raft. And drop down and get over there. New music? New music here. There we go. I get grippied. They give me the grip. Oh, interesting. No, I want to be on top of the dam. I thought they were going to deposit me on top of the dam. That was confusing. Okay, so that's for transiting the dam. It's not for boarding the dam. Let's take a look down here. Okay. So we're inside the dam, and we got this viewport for watching the sun. So it does kind of answer the question... Oh, okay, so this is like... So that answers a little bit of the question about how this place is oriented relative to the galactic plane. Okay, that doesn't do anything until... Oh! That answers what that does. Okay, so this is going up. Let's go down. Okay, there's my... Well then! Well then. So there's another entrance from the doorway that is significantly more convenient if I want to get to the dam. Which is good because the dam is probably about to burst. I got less than 5 minutes left on the dam. Okay, nothing else over here on this side of the dam. Let's see if there's a parallel structure on... that house I want to get into, but I don't understand the puzzle for it. Okay, is there a parallel thing on the other entrance? Doesn't look like it. I would be so bad at living on this thing. I would be so bad at living on this thing specifically because I would go up here all the time and I would pick away. I would pick away at this stuff. I'd be like, ooh. I would be picking away at this stuff all the time. That would be like what I would do when I was like bored. Ah. 100%. 100% all. Oh, need to not make my life harder? Okay. Let's get over here. Okay. Picked up. And... okay, so this is a forbidden thing. It looks like the same top and bottom markers that I've witnessed on all of the location names. So either it's the same warning and it's just saying, stay out. Like, we are dead, get the fuck out. Or... broken door? Okay. Or the signs aren't meaningful, or those are just like sentence markers. Or broken door. I suspect they're simply sentence markers. That's a good way to make a language seem more kind of exotic and sexy in a really abstract way that's not very practical. Is that like really elaborate sentence beginning and ending markers. Which isn't, I don't know if it's completely unprecedented in human history, but it's certainly, like I said, it's impractical. You know, it doesn't make a lot of sense to do. Okay. So, we're about to get... because, yeah, same beginning and ending sentence markers. Okay, I will mess up my clock to examine... this little solar system map I took a picture of, which is not very detailed, it's not very good, but... so it looks like there's a sun in the center, and then an inner planet, a small inner planet, the gas giant, a larger, and then two larger outer planets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And there's 5 there. So let's try like this. This doesn't tell me very much. Or could it be something like this? And it's the 3 moon phases. Or is this supposed to be civilization? Is that the ship, maybe? I think I'm missing a hint. I think I'm missing an important hint here. Jeezy Pete's. Count on a vibe here and just take a look at what happens. So the water over there just starts to go down. Slowly but surely. Cinder Isles are getting flooded. I can see like that broke. And there's the wave of water coming. So here's where our gentleman, the stranger in the strange land, Camus, I might call him. Both because these people really remind me of deer more than owls. But also because, Camus is the author of The Stranger. Right? Okay. Didn't work. Meditate while dying. Meditate to death. Oh. Meditate to death. Okay. So, definitely do not understand that puzzle. Definitely not getting it. Definitely not getting what I'm doing there. Alright, gotta reset the timer. Yeah, that puzzle is what I'm not getting. That puzzle I'm not understanding. So, let's try a bit of a divergence here. Let's try a bit of a divergence here, and... Oop. Let's think about this for a second. So, what am I missing? River Lowlands. The submerged structure, the sealed vault, the cliffside building. So I guess I'll try to get to the inside the cliffside building, because that's... I do want to say that, like, one of those things that's kind of interesting to me is that compared to the Nomai, I feel like I'm learning so much less about the Harukins. I feel like I'm learning so much less about them. And it's because, like, the Nomai, it's very textual. Yeah, well, I'm also just very text-focused. as a person, I'm very, very textual. Okay, so that's the Cinder Isles. Okay, okay, so if I'm doing this quickly before the flood, I want to take right outside of the Cinder Isles and then right again. Let's try that. I wonder if anybody thinks me calling them the Harukins is funny, because I think it's funny. But yeah, I feel like with the Nomai, I'm just like such a text person, right? I mean, I am like a very much a text person. I kind of, this is very contrary to how people usually deal with language. I tend to treat spoken language as an encoded form of written language, which is which is not normal. That's very odd. Most people tend to treat the spoken word as the spoken word as a real language and the written word as a kind of fake language. I think it's because I'm hard of hearing. I have been tested for autism, and I came up on a very low scores. I am not like medically speaking. I have some behavior, but yeah, but it's undiagnosable things. I don't meet like any of the criteria. Let's see if I can just survive doing it this way. Hard right, hard right, hard right, hard right. Okay, okay. Okay, this is what I was looking for. You are what I was looking for over here. Okay, and... Yep, this is new area. Cliff Town is what I'm going to think of this as. Cliff Town. Okay, same thing over here. Okay. And I guess I'll follow this. Thank you, elevator, for your elevating. And... Just leave that alone. And... Oh! Barksy87, Barksy87, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? How are you doing, Barksy? How was your stream? How was your stream? Raiders, if you do not know me, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. What were you up to? You're playing MWO. Okay, okay. I have not played MWO. I know some people who really like it. My familiarity with the BattleTech series, oh, and thank you for the follow, Rock the Mechanizer. I have some familiarity with the BattleTech series. I've read a lot of the books when I was younger. I read a lot of the books when I was a kid. And they sure are books. I'll say that for them. Those are some books. And I've been reading the Goonhammer reviews of various MechWarrior mechs. Oh, hey, it's a painting. It's not just a portrait. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Sorry, I'm just... this is interesting. I don't understand. Don't understand. So I don't really It's actually been kind of interesting because I've got a friend who plays in a Mech Warrior game, a Mech Warrior campaign that's been going on for like 10 years. And like every Sunday night, he reports back to me with like a bunch of stuff that happened in his BattleTech campaign, and I don't really know the game very well. But like I know like some of the mechs, like I know what a King Crab is and stuff like that. Uh, Trying not to die. So like I know what various mechs are and stuff like that, but I don't know like a lot about how the game actually works. Hey, it's something I shrine. You're also a huge BattleTech fan. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. Uh, I do wonder about it. I do wonder about it because I'm a huge Armored Core fan. I don't. Well, very unpopular opinion. I don't like Armored Core 6. But I've been replaying Armored Core 1 recently, and like my understanding is that Mech Warrior mechs are much more like clunky and like deliberate. They're a much more deliberate type of gear to play with than a Armored Core mech. Armored Core mechs being quite twitchy. Oh, this puzzle again. I don't understand it. I don't understand this puzzle. Okay, we got a flame here. Okay, cool. We do have a projection room over here. Yeah, I kind of always had the impression like Mech Warrior mechs are like really chunky to use in practice, which I think is cool. I want to be clear. I think that's cool. I just haven't played with them very much. I did play the SNES BattleTech game a lot, and it was one of those isometric shooters from the 90s. I think that's a very cool genre that we need more of. The only game I've played in that genre recently is what's it called? What is the name of that game? Okay, this is one I actually could use some knowledge on. Okay, that tells me so little. Yeah. That one I think about a lot. You played it. I think you just piloted a Mad Cat. And it gave me a very wrong impression about how BattleTech works because it's very much like you just have like the one mech, and I think it's a Mad Cat. And then because of course it's a Mad Cat, right? If you're gonna give one mech, it's got to be the Mad Cat. And then you just kind of choose. You can choose like any set of weapons you want for it. Okay. They're coming to our solar system. I should warn you, Raiders, we are deep into this game. We are deep into this game. So if you're worried about getting spoiled on Outer Wilds, you probably shouldn't be here. Love Battlemaster. Okay, I was right. Pre-mortem inhumation. That was pre-mortem inhumation. I was correct. I was accurate. They do pre-mortem inhumation. For those people. Speaking of pre-mortem inhumation. So... going to see some corpses here, folks. Gonna see some Harukan corpses. Okay, and so between all of these mausoleums, all of these crypts, they have been missing one body out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So there were 32 people buried alive. Here, 32 people buried alive. And could have sworn I saw something move there. I've been there, I think. I'm not a big fan of these, like, light controllers that you wait on. I think it's a pretty poor UX decision. But yeah. These people are green and they got antlers, so they're Harukans. Plus that crypt, says this House of Wisdom. I want to be going in this direction. I'm actually kind of curious as to what will even happen. I'll be very annoyed if it just kills me. Oh, okay, okay. It's just one way. That's all. Just a little bit one way. Just a little bit one way. I should also say that for raiders and anybody else less familiar with me, because it's valuable to do, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I mostly actually do handcams. I mostly do calligraphy streams. That is my preferred engagement with the world, with streaming. I do a lot of calligraphy hand cams. I do some other hand cams from time to time. I do origami. I paint minis. And I am doing a subathon right now. And nice. Oh, that's the dam breaking. Fully expected there to be a live Harukan down there. There's something wrong with the gravity over there? Oh wait, no, hold on. Hold on. I think I can do this. I think I can do this. Okay, it destroyed a fair amount, but not nearly everything here. Taking out that bridge is a problem. Taking out that bridge is a real problem for me. The real dilly of a problem here. Real ding diddly of a problem. Oh, right, hold on. That's easier. There we go! I am a genius! Should have spelled out what I was doing. So I could tell that this was supposed to be a light-sensitive door, because they use all this photosensitive tech. And I was like, oh, the Scout. The Scout has a light on it. There's a slide reel that I am not liable to get the chance to read this life. Pretty unlikely to get a chance to read this one. And it looks like it explains how the tower works, which is a frustrating one to not get the chance to read. Oh wait, maybe. Maybe is the reader on this side? The reader might be on this side. Oh yeah, the reader. This looks like the reading room. This looks like the reading room. Okay, so move you. Move you. Okay, so this is one of the big elements of this story. This one has been a big puzzle to me, is how does this tower work? Please tell me that you actually tell me how the tower works. So time progresses. Fire comes out. Error message. It's the same message we see everywhere. The capacitor is blown. Okay, that's what it's saying here. That's what it's saying here. Basically, a capacitor is blown. Something's blown here, and it's... What's the relative location here? This capacitor blows. And it's the third... It's the outermost ring is blown at the outermost ring position, third, I need to do some rotation in my head here. So there's our entrance, right? There's our entrance up there. And then that is position 2 along the clockwise. But I need to think about this. When we come in, are we going clockwise or counterclockwise? So, position 1 is the shallows. Position 4 is the reservoir. Position 3 is Cliff Town. Position 2 is Cinder Isles. So, a fuse is blown at the outermost point of... either the outermost or the highest point in the Cinder Isles. That's what that looks like to me. That's kind of my read of that situation. There's still a puzzle in this that I've still completely failed to figure out. I'm still completely baffled by. I just want to take a look at something here. So... I'm gonna die. I should have died. That should have killed me. I'm curious if I can light the artifact at a campfire. That's what I'm curious about. I mean, yeah, of course rotating a ring world in your mind. That's what they're there for. That's what they're there for. And what's throwing me about the rotation is that it's not clear to me which face of the world we would be on. Was what that schemata was saying. That's what I'm confused about. So it could either be this town or the other town, and I'm guessing... Oh. Interesting. Interesting. I think we're pretty close to the end of the cycle at this rate. We're pretty close to the end of the cycle. And so if we're in position 3 right now, position 4 is the dam. Position 2 we do know is where the missing body is. Okay, that doesn't work at all. Waste of time. Alarm goes off indicating that I am about to die. Kind of curious about this one. If I die, I die. I'm not really that bothered by it. One of the things I did not test out was going into the tomb, the execution chamber, whatever you want to call it, before the dam breaks. I did not test that one out. Really should have. That should have been an obvious one to me. That should have been an obvious one to me. Okay. Alrighty. Oop. Oh, I was hoping that would tell me something there. Still do not understand this puzzle at all. This is completely opaque to me. This one, of all of the puzzles in this one is the most opaque to me. No idea. No idea what's going on here. Do not get it. Yeah, why not? Burn myself to death. Why not? Cooked frog. Oh. Oh. Was not expecting that. I was memeing and I figured out a puzzle solution. This is mega spooky right now. This one's got me. I mean, it's kind of asinine and absurd. Okay, so... Okay, I don't have my jetpack, so I guess I am playing as a Harukin right now. one vault. Okay, so I have to die earlier in the cycle for that. So I have to die earlier in the cycle for that one to work out at all. So that one, I guess, teleports me backwards in time to what it's like to live as a Harukan. Take a look at the ship log. What have you got for me here? The Hidden Gorge, that's what they're calling that town. Okay, let's get in here. So, Hidden Gorge. Narrow gap along the rightmost branch of the river. There are dwellings built in both cliffs faces high above. Hole breach! Okay. I found a slide reel. Shows an explosion. Oh, I thought that was a fuse. Okay. Congregating around a strange green fire. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. An abandoned temple marked with the symbol of a burning slide reel. Can be accessed from a passage in the Hidden Gorge. The sealed vaults. I found a strange vault wrapped in chains. Slide reel from the river lowlands. Okay, yeah, that's all true. The sealed vault is resting on the shore of the lake. I did not even notice this. Okay. Now let's... try that, and... Actually, no. No, let's try the hole breach. See if it'll let me assign the hole breach. It will not. So I'm just going to go to the stranger. I'm just going to go to the stranger this time. I'm just going to see if I can get to the hull breach manually. I'm just going to see if I can get straight to the hull breach and just see what happens. And just see what is there. Just see what is there. Oh boy. Alright, so it indicated that it would be 2 stops along here. Bonk. Let me take a look here. So that's the door. That's the door. So that's the door. Let's... Oh! Holy crap. Oh, starboard thruster bank. This is like an actual problem. I need to get out of here. I was not too worried about hull damage, because it's just hull damage, right? But the thruster damage is real. Let's take a look in here. What else do you got for me? Oxygen tank. Yeah, okay. Sure. Yeah. There's fuels. That's water. Ah, there it is. Eh. Eh. Space. And let's repair that oxygen tank. Well, that's a very badly damaged oxygen tank. Okay. Now we gotta get back to the stranger. Submerged structure. Oh my goodness. Already 12 kilometers away. Wow. Wowee. That was fast. You booked it. You absolutely booked it. Okay. You made a very good speed here. Okay, and let's see. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. And okay, let's try to be more careful about it this time. So here. This should be the location. Lights are destroyed. Okay, hold on. Okay, I was at the right location. I just lacked confidence. Just lacked confidence. So there's a breach right here. And that breach goes all the way through. Okay. And there goes my ship. Son of a bitch. Could have done this much more easily. Okay. Hey. Oh, geez. Okay. That's this side of the building. Okay. Are these like psychology chambers? Like a psychological test chambers? These seem like interrogation rooms. So we've got the whole breach. And oh, okay. So there was a person here, these like meditation chambers. And when the whole breach happened, this person got evacuated. Got vented. Let's close that door again. They got vented, and that's why they're missing a person. Okay, interesting. Interesting. And now I'm in the cliffside town, right? Which was previously a pain in the neck to get to. So this is a good improvement in route to know this. Good improvement to my route to know this one. Okay, so let's put you here. And I need... Give me a lantern. Lantern doko. Lantern wa doko desu ka? I think I've seen this one before, but I don't remember it. Was this the only place to get a lantern? Was it over here? That's where a lantern was? Oh, almost messed that up really badly. There we go. No, there's a slide reel here. Where's the lantern? Lantern doko. Cliffside no lantern wa dore ka? どんぐりなんという lantern? I think I know that one, but I just literally cannot remember it. Rantan. Idana? Oh, wait, yeah, there's gonna be lanterns in here, of course, in the mausoleum. I will say that as a matter of project planning, for the kind of project that this is, which is to say enormous and terrifying, the idea that you would use just that your entire program would fail if one person dies on a something this big is terrifying. Take the lantern, right, and they go in here and they watch the person, right, and they watch the flame and they go in with the artifacts. And the artifact is enkindled. Okay, so the part that... So then they take the artifact and they put it in there with the person. And they fall asleep. And then it's enkindled. Okay. Or I guess they die. Is an alternative read. Let's see what happens if I die here. We'll see what happens if I cook myself here. See what happens if I cook myself here. Actually, I'm kind of curious. So, doze off. Let's doze off for 1 hour. Okay, we see green. It is enkindled. And everyone's gone. It's a Blasphazar chat. How are you doing, Blast? How are you doing, Blas? Okay. Doing all right. I am doing pretty well. This game is real good. It's real good, and it's doing a really good job at creeping me the fuck out. Not burning yourself to death? Nice. I think burning myself to death was pretty funny. Especially because it was just like, well, I'm gonna either meditate or die, so may as well meditate. This is a really heavy-duty instrument to be on one string. Hello, Emperor's Armpits! Hello, hello, hello! This reminds me a lot of the gent stick. It's an old joke. It's a bit of an old metal joke, like maybe 10 years old or so. Oh, and it's played with a bow. Where somebody was like, okay, so like you don't actually do anything with the other strings in gent, you only really use one string. So he just took a board and a string and got the right pickups. It was all just the pickups. All the instrument was just entirely like pickups. And then like played some pretty credible gent on a one string guitar. Which I thought was pretty funny. Okay, hold on. What do I do here? I'm actually a little bit disappointed that dying wasn't the intended method. Oh, let's find out. Oh. And I'm back. Well, let's go back. So when you die with the artifact, you don't die in real life. That's what I'm getting out of this. That's my read of the situation. So you can die with the artifact, or you can die in real life. Space Alert? I have not ever gotten the chance to play Space Alert. It does seem really cool. It does seem really cool. I'm guessing you're out board gaming? Emperor's Armpits? Ooh. That was spooky. I mean, so this species, the Harukins, I find deeply, deeply funny. Oh, I don't like that sound. The Harukins I find really amusing because, like, they're using fire. They're just using like exposed flame as their light source for everything. And like they've got interspace travel, and they're using just exposed flames for everything. But at the same time, it's really hard to knock them because like this spaceship has been going through space for clearly at least a couple of centuries without any maintenance, and the fires are still going. So it's not like they need the efficiency of LEDs or something like that. Like they don't need more efficient incandescence or fluoride or any of those like direct electrical to light methods, because Like, if they can just keep it going for thousands of years, who cares? Hello. I mean, it does appear to only be maybe fire. That is fair. I mean, it toasts a marshmallow. Well, it has to give off heat because it toasts a marshmallow. Like, that's my bigger thing. Is like, it has to be giving off... Yeah, it has to be oxidizing chemically, and it has to be kicking off heat to some credible level. It's really not kicking off a ton of light. It is not kicking off a ton of light at all. Like, this is very dim. Right? Like... It's mostly just slow and inconvenient. You can see in the dark, it'd probably be less inconvenient. Yeah, fair. Fair. Yeah, if they have good vision in other parts of the spectrum. Well, I mean, that's actually a sci-fi idea I've had for a while. Where I've thought about this for a while, but like, it's like, what if ours is not the only path dependency for technology, right? We tend to assume that the path dependency we had for developing technologies is the only one. And so I was like, what if every other species that got into spaceflight did genetics first? Went biologicals first. And so they their solution to spaceflight would be more similar to the way that the Tau dealt with spaceflight, which is you genetically engineer your pilots. Instead of developing machines and tools that allow your pilots to survive in space, you just I am familiar with the use in Vault. Not very, because it's been a long... I read them back a long, long time ago, and I haven't touched them in 20 years, but I do know who they are. Man, stop making those sounds. Those are not nice sounds to make, whoever the fuck you are. This is where I started. Okay. Didn't work. Well, and blasters are. It's not just like just ultraviolet. It depends a lot of. You have a lot of options. For because we call it the UV vis spectrum, but it's only our UV vis spectrum, or should say our vis spectrum, and you could hypothetically make eyes that were developed to see in any sort of color range. It's just that because of the nature of how those wavelengths work, because of the nature of how those wavelengths work, you would need to have like bigger eyeballs, or at least cones and rods, I should say. For going much deeper into the spectrum, like going like deep for going like more red, right? You'd need to have, and that like starts to impose additional costs on the body. That starts to impose additional costs on the body. And yeah, well, the Yuuzhan Vong is kind of talking about it in a different way. Correct. Thank you, Blastazar. Thank you for that. Oh, you cannot take a lot of damage. You die pretty quickly. Oh, this one gives me the classic one. Okay. I am tired and hungry. I think we made pretty good progress here. But I think that feels like a reasonable stopping point. That feels like a reasonable stopping point. Let's call it there. And okay. So, oh, that's not what I want to do at all. Why are you doing that, game? Why are you doing that? I had to change the settings on that one. So, subathon, it looks like we're pretty close to the end. It looks like this is probably... It looks like I don't think we're going to get to the higher level ones. We've done it before. It does look like this is probably... I would be surprised if we get too much further, but that's fine. I feel satisfied. We did get the new model out. Other redeems have not been completed. The new model has been completed. The other redeems have not been. So I will have to plan those out. Some of them will probably happen after Christmas. Cooking stream, in particular, is likely to happen after Christmas. So that's... that is exciting. That is for the future, though. That is for future Almantas to worry about. Other ones will probably happen sooner. The pick 4 new emotes, pick a new redeem, and a new model debut. Those will, and the emote tiers. Those will probably be relatively soon. Other ones will probably take some time. But I think cooking stream will probably be in particular after Christmas. That said, I had a lovely time. I don't have a schedule for next week. I'll get the schedule out over the weekend. This was my last scheduled stream for this week. I want to spend tomorrow doing some catch-up work on some things. I have been serving too much and not cooking enough, so to speak. I've been serving enough and not cooking enough for these streams, and I need to restore balance to the Force. And in particular, I need to do a bunch of YouTube uploading. So we did reach 200, which, yeah, again, we are into the good stuff, right? We are into the good stuff. And let's see, just taking a look around at who I could go to. No, okay, I know how to do it. I know who I'm going to. We're going to Koron. We're going to go say hi to Koron. Because Koron is almost never streaming when I am streaming. Koron is a lovely little Kiwi. He's a birdman, but he is a Kiwi in the sense that he is a New Zealander. He has been so helpful to me. He has been so helpful and so useful to me. If my voice doesn't sound like absolute hell to you, thank Koron. Thank Koron for that one. So on that note, again, I will see... So those are the raid messages. This is me. I have been Almantas. I am pretty active on my Discord. I've been less so lately about a preservation of my voice, but I would like to be a little bit more so sooner rather than later. Thank you all for being here. I need to lay down and have some food. Have a good night, everybody, and I love you.